Junior Market Steer Show. Welcome to the ring, Class 5 of the Black Market Steers. Welcome to the ring, Kayla Sutter of Brawley, California. Ashlyn Richardson of Arlington, Arizona. Bailey Stow of Marana, Arizona. And Jordan Santana of Brawley, California.
I'm missing 2 from Class 8.
All open.
Well, a nice set of lightweight calves here as we get into this black division, and you know, quite honestly, I think all 4 of these cattle, if you really, when you lay your hands on them and analyze where they are compositionally, all 4 cattle need more time on feed yet to get to that terminal endpoint we're looking for. But of the group, the one that's closest to that is certainly the calf that we're going to lead off with. Big advantage compositionally to me. Not only is that calf significantly more opened up and powerful and muscular than the calf right behind him, but of this group of 4, he's starting to put on the highest degree of cover with the most finish over his last rib. So, you know, we still look at this as a terminal event, even though these calves are in a lightweight class. I think he's got the most going for him from a carcass potential standpoint. He's not perfect structurally. He needs to relax in his pastern just a little bit, but I think he's sure fundamentally good enough in that regard to go with that mass and power and degree of cover he's got on him today to go ahead and lead things off. You know, this calf in second, I think you could argue him the best balanced. I think he's as smooth and as nice in the way his pieces fit together. If we could give him just a shot more rear flank, I think you could easily make that call. That calf lays out a little bit up front, but he's still significantly better in the way that he flexes in his hock and rear pastern than the calves in third and fourth, and that's why he gets that second slot in this class. The challenge is when that calf walks right away from you, he gets a little base narrow, he flattens through the lower portion of his quarter, and I don't think it's a stretch at all to say in this particular class he's actually the lightest muscled steer, but we call him adequate enough in that regard to use his soundness over the final 2. This calf in third, if we could change his rear feet and the way he plants and flexes in that rear pastern, I think you could consider a switch there between 2 and 3, because he's definitely got more muscle. He's bigger topped, he's wider back through that upper hip and pin set. We can go ahead and lead him on out, and I think you'll see it's just so uncomfortable off of that rear leg, and it starts with just being too long and narrow in the shape of that foot, and he just never relaxes that pastern and goes to the ground with enough flexibility. The calf that finishes things off, he's a little bigger and longer. That's a lean, very shapely steer as you lay your hands down his top. He's got a weight advantage over that calf in front. You stand around in front of him, unfortunately, and those toes go in the wrong direction, right? You know, kind of go east and west instead of facing north for us there. But a calf that's got some length and shape to him, he just struggles a little too much in his feet and leg structure. Excellent class, nice way to start off our black division here. Give them all a nice round of applause if you would.
And our results from Class 5 of the Black Market Steer Division. Your class winner belongs to Bailey Stow of Marana, Arizona. Second, Ashlyn Richardson of Arlington, Arizona. Third, Kayla Sutter of Brawley, California. And fourth belongs to Jordan Santana of Brawley, California. In the ring now is going to be Class 6 of the Junior Market Steers Black Division. Welcome to the ring, Mackenzie Swanmeyer of Ignacio, Colorado.
Say that again.
Lane Delahanty of Modesto, California. Kaylin Gonzalez of Tucson, Arizona.
I don't have
Lexi
either one.
Sutter of Brawley, California. Weston Simpson of Cumberland, Oklahoma. Andrew Stoneberg of Shed, Oregon. Kennedy Powell of Stephenville, Texas. And Mason Greer of Capitan, New Mexico.
over here on our market steer side, and not only a big class in numbers, but one that's got some quality to it and some different differentials in regard to type and kind. We're pretty confident on the two steers we got towards the top of the class. We saw just a little bit more frame, a little bit more length, a touch more stretch in the young man steer that goes ahead and wins. He's definitely just a little taller type of a calf that's longer in terms of his body. We think that calf still handles very, very mellow and smooth there in terms of his rib. He's got a nice shape to him as well. Is he probably just as woofy and as stout there through his twist and maybe just as big boned as the steer that we're going to talk about in a second? No, not in particular, but again, fundamentally that steer's awfully right. He's got a nice enough look here from the side. Young man, you're doing a nice job for us. Love just the feature and the power and the stoutness of the steer that comes in second. Really wide built, really big footed, heavy structure type of a calf. That thing handles big and wide over his top and out through his loin. He is really, really stout and pulled apart there through his hip. He does have just a little bit more stifle than the steer that goes ahead and wins our class. Young man, we read your calf just a little low set and a touch earlier in terms of his maturity pattern. He wants to run downhill just a little bit, get a freckled course there in his head and wide open in regard to his shoulder. Young lady's calf that comes next, darn nice market steer just from a muscle standpoint. Compositionally, we thought that steer was nice. He's got a great shape to him. He's got a lot of just outward turn to his hip and his stifle here from the side. He's just a little round built off both ends of his skeleton. A freckle steep set there in regard to his shoulder and gets a little round there in terms of his hip. He's a mobile enough calf. It's just not the most attractive when we get him rolling. Young lady's calf that comes next is kind of smooth blended, long in his side and strong in his top line. You guys that dressed this calf done an outstanding job of getting that belly clipped into him because the longer Chris and I study him, we actually would like to modify him there just a little bit. He's a little deeper through the plane of his chest than he is back in terms of his flank. You get off to either side of that calf, young lady, and he really wants to narrow up and close up off both ends of his skeleton. The power upgrade is the soft-footed calf that comes next. Big and wide up high, really, really nice shape to your calf, young lady. We can still stop him standing still here and give you a nice look from the side. Maybe tone him down in his tail head. We got to make that calf go better off both ends. He gets pretty wide outside of himself in terms of his shoulder, a little more restricted in regard to his hind leg. Easily just the most done calf comes directly behind him. He's moderate, he's big body, he's mellow there in terms of his handle. Probably a little patchier in the way that we kind of feel him today. He's a calf that gets pretty short and jammed up there in regard to his neck. A calf that wants to get a little straight in his hock and a freckle overset in his knee. Calf that comes next is another one. Really nice shape on this dear young man. And again, he's one that we could probably keep him standing still. He's long enough there in terms of his body type. His neck comes right out the top of his shoulder. He's another calf that we just got to see go better in terms of his skeleton. He's got really, really itty bitty feet for how big and massive his bone is. I don't think that's supportive enough for the amount of muscle he's got up high. That calf just gets too straight in his knee and tight in his hock there. The calf that comes next has probably got a little more length, a little more frame, maybe a little more cover on him, the steer that we just talked about. Young man, your calf just reads a little plainer about his head, plainer about his shape, and narrower from behind. He's got bend to his hock, not enough flex to his passer. Young lady's calf that rounds out our class, a little cleaner fronted, a little sleeker there in terms of his jaw and through the plane of his chest floor. That steer actually does have a little more shape right on top of him than the calf we just talked about. Again, young lady, he reads a little better to us. We see that through his body cavity, back into his flank. You handle that steer and it's the same way. Really good class of them there. Congratulations to all of them.
I got here.
Well, guys, extremely good class here. If you would, give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Excellent set of cattle here in this black class. And, you know, here on the top end, these two steers kind of hit the ring and separated themselves. And yet between the pair, the black and white calf, we think kind of leads off pretty quickly. And, you know, just first of all, beautiful presentation. They've dressed him and put him together incredibly well for us here today. He's a stout dude, he's bold, he's massive, he still comes together very nice here from the side. You know, you lay your hands on that calf, and I think you see just a little maturity in him up in his head and the, you know, neck, but I wish we could just kind of close that last rib on him just a little bit. It would finish off what is otherwise a very mellow touch to him. He opens up just a touch in that 12th and 13th rib, so it's not perfect there. But still, I think he has an advantage in degree of fat cover over our second place steer. I like his stoutness of structure. He could relax his pastern just a touch from time to time, you know, but those are all very nitpicky things. We think he wins and wins pretty comfortably out here. And yet just as quickly, I think the obvious place for second is right here, and that's a good balanced steer. A steer that's a nickel longer bodied, even than what our class winner is. He is still stout and shapely. He's not as far along, not quite as mellow to the touch as you get over that fore rib. A calf that, as we put him out in motion, comes up just a nickel short in his step, but a very, very nice steer there to be second. This is a muscular guy in third, no question about it. He has got a big top, he's thick-ended, he's got as much outward turn, as much shape to his quarter and stifle as anything in the class. He's just a little too short in that hip structure. He rounds in his hip a little much. Now, a tailhead sets up enough that maybe you don't necessarily see that at first glance, but if you study him hooks to pins, he's just built a little round and cuts up into that flank, toes out just a little up front. A lot of little things, but in a class this good, those little things add up into a third place slot. But nice set of cattle there at the top end. This white-legged steer was one that surprised us a little bit. You know, when he hit the ring, I probably would have said, that guy's a little past done. He's got a little quicker, earlier maturing look to him. Handles significantly leaner than I probably thought he would, and that is a credit. He's in the right window as far as composition. A steer that's got muscularity. I think in terms of carcass potential, exceptionally good. Just a little shorter coupled and a little too tight moving. That's what it boils down to, not quite the elite look and balance of those cattle in front of you. Good fundamental steer that comes next. He's a little frailer structured. He doesn't overwhelm you with muscle dimension, but he's sound in his structure. He's deep bodied. He's been fed very, very well. He is incredibly uniform and good and appropriate in his degree of cover. Just need to mass him up. This steer that's behind him, he's another one that probably, surprised me a little bit when we laid our hands on him. There's some meat as you get down the top of that guy. He's one that's a little out of balance, chest to flank. Needs to go just a nickel better. Probably the barest steer in here comes next. He's a long-bodied calf. He's got high cutability steer. He's a steer that needs to be better in the way that rear pastern sets, but he still takes a long stride. A calf that, maybe some might have a spot lower, but I think the difference between him and the final calf, when we laid our hands on him, he's just more genuine. He's just more right over his rib cage. I think that's really the difference for us. Final steer, no question. Probably when they hit the ring, I would have considered this steer's balance and look to be, for sure a couple of spots higher. I like his length of body. His structures are sure acceptable. He definitely needs to be blown apart and have more muscle. He's a little mature-headed. I guess for us, the biggest issue, you lay your hands down both sides of his rib cage. He just was not genuine enough in that regard. He did not meet our hands the way we thought he needed to be higher. And if he had, he definitely would have been a spot or two higher for sure. He needs more muscle, but the big difference was a difference in handling quality for us. So an excellent class top to bottom, really strong there on the top end. Give those exhibitors one more nice round of applause if you would. Thanks. This heifer.
Guys, this is an unbelievable class over here. So if you will, stand in ringside, give these kids a big round of applause. I know we've worked them pretty hard, but this is a class that you want to get right when you're judging because, or at least right in your mind, I guess, when you're judging these deals, because I do think the quality is so good. Chris and I are very unanimous though. This calf that wins, is he the most extreme anywhere? We won't tell you that he is. But he is darn rock solid everywhere, and he's so hard to pick a hole in. And we'll start on the ground at him. You know, angles of his skeleton, the set of his shoulder, his knee, his front foot, that calf's stride and his ability to keep his head up, whether we're standing still or we're moving, is really nice. And then you get that calf going. Maybe every once in a while he could get just the freckle tangled up from behind. But boy, the set of his hind leg, just the flexibility, his pastures, his ability to get out and travel is bar none as good as anything that we've got out here. You know, you talk about his muscularity, his composition, I think you're spot on, young lady. He's got a good mellow handle to him. He's got a nice fresh shape up high and a calf that just blends so many nice things together. You know, we talk about the steer that comes in second. Guys, you boys in the back that dress this thing's legs, that's really neat and fun. Really stout-footed, really heavy structure type of a steer. And you go up from there, he has got a nice aggressive shape out the back of his shoulder. He's got a big hip in him. That calf can stop from the side here. He's long and he's up fronted. He's got a lot of strength to his top line as well, and the calf as well that you guys have done such a nice job presenting to us. To Chris and I both, I think if you just handle that calf to the edge of his loin, he wants to play out just a little bit. And for as big and as massive as the inside of his legs are that you guys have made, he kind of looks like he funnels just a little bit to his base because his hip is so wide. The big problem we have with your calf, though, young lady, is when we go into motion, he gets a little tighter around there in terms of his hock and a little more rigid on his passer. Darn nice calf to go in second. Young man steer that comes in third is a striking, good-looking calf that is so up-headed and so neat in the way his neck comes out the top of his shoulder. He does have more flex and just more comfort than the steer that goes directly ahead of him. A calf to us that probably gets just a little plainer there through his heart and his forehead, maybe just a touch flatter there in regard to his shape. You study that calf directly behind and through his twist and his stifle, he's just not packing the same meat and power as the ones that go directly ahead of him. A muscular steer that comes next, it's got an awesome shape to him, young man. He's big and wide up high as any of them. Really stout there in terms of his hip. Aesthetically speaking, his head's just a little older looking. He's got a crestier neck about him and he wants to work up in his tail head. He's a calf that wants to get pretty wide out there in terms of his shoulder, a little straighter in his hock. We could just reorganize his underline and soften him back into his flank. We think that calf's got a lot of good from a muscularity standpoint. The steer that comes next is one that if we keep him standing still here, I think again, just talk about a calf that's smooth blending. He's mellow there in terms of his touch. He's got a nice shape up high, a little rounder built there in regard to his hip. He's got enough flex and enough reach compared to the cattle on either side of him in terms of his hock and his lower joint work, but he does want to get a little rounder set in regard to his shoulder and his hip as well. Young man's calf that comes next is a moderate, wide built, stout, thick thing that's got a lot of muscle shape to him. just got to see him go better off both ends, young man. Gets a little bit more conventional in terms of his stature, and like I said, you just got to make that calf just a little longer, a little neater there in regard to his pattern. Just kind of a solid steer that comes directly behind him. He's got a little more frame, he's got more length, a little more leg and stretch compared to the calf we just talked about. We like the way that calf handled. Probably a steer as well that just gets a little flatter there in terms of his muscle shape, a little narrow behind and short stepping. Young man's calf that comes next, got some shape, he's got some power, and he's got some length to his skeleton. Another steer that gets a little straight up and down in his shoulder and tighter in his hock. Got to see that calf just softer and mellower back through his flank. A mellow handling, kind of big outline steer comes directly behind him. The young lady does an outstanding job. That's a big steer, and boy, you tell him where to go when we're kind of out here showing, and I commend you for that. We love his length of body. He's one that's a little tighter there in terms of his flank, one that probably gets a little wide stepping from behind and wants to work up at his tailhead. Young lady's calf that comes next is big out the back of his shoulder. He's got some muscularity, too straight there up front, young lady. A little awkward in the way he handles his hind leg. Young lady's calf that comes behind you is clean neck. He's got some shape to him right in terms of the center of his top. We like the outward turn to his stifle. Another steer that's a little hard, concave at the base of his forerib and shallows back into his flank. Steer that's got to go with just a little bit more reach. We round off the class with a calf that I think in regard to his flexibility in terms of his hock, his length of his body is really, really nice. Again, young lady, you're doing an outstanding job. We just don't see the same type of just finish and cover on this steer. He's a little shallower there in regard to his flank, a calf that wants to get a little straight in his shoulder. And again, if you guys don't mind, let's give all of those exhibitors a big round of applause. That's an awesome class.
Congratulations to your class winner, Elizabeth Norwood of Midlothian, Texas. Second, Sadie Wampler of Canyon, Texas. Third, Kason Johnson of Monte Vista, Colorado. Fourth, Ethan Smith of Spanish Fork, Utah. Jake King, Cope, Colorado. Sixth, Logan King, Toll House, California. Seventh, Destiny Potter, Mabank, Texas. Eighth, Spencer Smith of Spanish Fork, Utah. Ninth, Boston Thayer of Umpqua, Oregon. 10th, Gemma Valma of Stevensville, Montana. 11th, Adeline Smith of Yamhill, Oregon. 12th, Harper Shepard of Wheatland, Wyoming. Welcome to the ring, Macy Banter of Eaton, Indiana. Briley Britchell of Roosevelt, Utah. Adeline Hoffman of Fremont, California. And Madeline McFarland of Montague, Texas.
Well, folks, let's put our hands together for
Well, guys, another very good class of black steers here, and on the top end, I think a pair of steers that definitely need to sort up, and then you can make some decisions between that pair on where you want to lay your emphasis. And it's sometimes I think a word that is confusing or gets overused at times is the word fresh. And what does fresh mean? And is fresh a muscle thing in a market animal? Is fresh a degree of finish thing? Well, every now and again you get to use the word because the advantage is both things. And that's, to me, what this black and white steer is. I think he's very, very nice to the touch. He has got a square, really, really nice shape there out of the backside of his shoulder into his loin edge. And yet he is nearly perfectly uniform in his degree of finish and right on target in that regard from a cover standpoint. He also is presented in a beautiful fashion and has some balance and some strikingness to him from the side. He's not perfect, and it's at the ground where he needs to be a little bit better. His feet are green probably for a reason, and he's just not the real sure-footed steer we just say wins this class in a heartbeat. And that's where I think you can make a case to the black steer behind him. He's just a little more comfortable at the surface. We like that about him. The problem is you kind of come up from there. If you watch him at the surface and you watch him go away, you also realize that he's a little narrow there. He just narrows up at his base. He needs to have more dimension as he goes away from you. As you step off of the cattle, he's just gotten a little mature looking. The thickness and the crest of his neck, the way his brisket sits into him. If we either sharpen him up through his front end or give him a little more oomph from behind, I probably would switch that pair because I do like him at the ground just a nickel better. But that's the give and take between a pair of steers that are pretty solid there on the top end. The big steer that comes next, first of all, guys, he's not third because he's too heavy. We are in an industry today where an upper 1,500 pound, low 1,600 pound steer is not catching a dock at any facility anymore. So that steer is not too big, and I hope that young lady understands that. He's a long-bodied, shapely, muscular steer that's got enough more finish on him than the final steer that we're going to go ahead and keep him in third. He opens way too much in his shoulder, and because of that, he doesn't transition quite good enough into his body cavity, a little tight in his hock as well. A nice pattern steer that rounds out the class for us. He's long, he's a little neater and more extended up through his front end, a calf that's got some look and quality to him from the profile. He's probably a notch better in the way that hock is built. He splays out a little on those front feet. To us, the biggest thing for him at this weight, at this point in the game, when you lay your hands on him, he's not there, and that's what's troublesome, I guess, for us at a 1,500 pound steer to be really bare over their rib cage. To me, we've got to keep market readiness in mind, and that's why he rounds out the class. But we see quality in that steer still in terms of his balance and look and some structure pieces versus the calf in front of him. Very nice way to wrap up here in our blacks. This is going to be a good champion drive here in a bit.
Your champion, Alex Dees Brangus, female. Your class winner belongs to Adeline Hoffman of Fremont, California. Second, Macy Bantner of Eaton, Indiana. Third, Madeline McFarland of Montague, Texas. And fourth belongs to Brielle Britchell of Roosevelt, Utah. From Class 1, Bailey Stout. From Class 2, Ryland Sprout. From Class 3, Danica Prince. From Class 4, Elizabeth Norwood. And Class 5, Adeline Hoffman.
Standing set of black cattle in this division, and before we select our champions, put your hands together and congratulate these young people. They've worked so hard. A lot of hours, a lot of dollars, a lot of sweat and tears goes into this. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the effort of these young people and the people that are behind them. And this has been an outstanding division, and you know, some real heat as we got in kind of the third and fourth classes in particular. And I always think it's important to give credit where it is due, and that's not to take anything away. You come to the Arizona National, you win a class, you are second, you get back out here in a champion drive of your division. Guys, you got a good one. But we're also at the Arizona National, and it takes an elite one. And that's where we ended up here. It started in that third class with a very nice pair, but in particular a class winner, that we were really fond of, and put some very unique things together. Then we came to that class 4, and I'll be honest, probably if I were to say our 4 favorite steers, 3 of them might have been out of that class, and a pair of them that probably a little more genuine and better handling as you got over their 4 rib than a nice third place steer, but still some differences. So it really does kind of come down to those 3 or 4 cattle in our mind. And what's unique is, and I like this, I think sometimes when you come to a show, I think we have that expectation that, oh boy, it's a champion in reserve, they need to look identical. When that is the case, or when it can be the case, it's very nice. Our champion in reserve aren't exactly alike. I think they're both incredibly good. And that's really what it boils down to Will and I. And then between those two that are our favorite two steers, if you've seen me judge many steer shows, you probably already know which way I'm gonna side just a little bit. And our champion in reserve, they are both so good looking, presented to the nines. They are cattle that, in my opinion, both have enough muscle. Reserve probably has a little more. The champion, to me, puts it together in a package that just gets out, handles it so flawlessly in motion, and that's the separating factor for us today. One more time, congratulate these young people with a big round of applause, if you would. Young lady right there, you're going to have the champion in this black division, and that steer right in front of you is going to be reserved. Congratulations, guys.
Nice division.
Market steer belongs to Elizabeth Norwood. And your reserve champion black division belongs to Danica Prince. Richard Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona, and Gemma Balma of Stephenville, Montana.
Nice, two nice class winners.
Here on our market steer side, we'll leave this pair the way they stand, and Chris and I both said, shockingly enough, you put your hands on them, and at this particular weight, both of them are actually pretty good and fatter than you think. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're market ready yet, but they both have more cover than probably we both initially thought they would. Steer that wins this class to us, again, just in regard to making a fundamentally nice type of market steer, if you will. He does those things pretty good. He's smoother blending than the calf that comes in second. He's a little better and deeper through his heart and his forerib. And probably his big advantage is when you get that calf out on the go, while both of them are maybe just a little more upright there in terms of their shoulder, he does reach just a little bit longer there in terms of his rear leg. I guess if you put a gun to my head and said, hey, which one do you like the way they handle better? I would still tell you, young man, I do like how smooth and just mellow your red steer's handling at this stage of the game. We can still stop and give you a nice look here from the side. I do got one pick on you, young man. Maybe don't tell the judge who's wearing Kansas State purple and a Kansas State pin that you like OU. We did not make the college football playoff this year, and we weren't too happy about it. But nevertheless, you do a really, really good job, and you brought us a nice cap there. Young lady, your steer in second does have a little more leg under him. We like his length of body. He does probably square up just a little broader out the back of his shoulder. And I'd argue, too, that maybe just the outward turn to his quarter here from the side's a little better. He's a little bigger footed, and he's a touch heavier structured. He's another steer that gets a little more straight there in terms of his shoulder, so his sternum and his chest floor wants to fall out of him, and he runs a little backwards there in terms of his flank line, get off the side of that calf, and we could just clean him up in his front end, give him a little more reach out of his hock and his rear foot. Good pair of them there. Congratulations to both of them, doing an awesome job.
Congratulations to Richard Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona, and Gemma Belma of Stephenville, Texas.
Nice pair of females out here for our
$11 of our red market steers. In the ring now, we have Mackenzie Swanemeyer of Ignacio, Colorado. Braylon Lesky of Durango, Colorado. Andrew Kutzenberger of College Station, Texas. And Maddie Schickendance of Perryton, Texas.
steers, and I think the differences are very evident once you get in on them, but just first glance, they both have quality, they both balance up nice. The difference between the pair, more real muscle in the young lady's calf, and it starts up high, right behind his shoulder. You lay your hands over their loin edge, it is clearly true, and then from directly behind, stifle, lower quarter, just more real muscle shape. I think there's a freshness to this guy too, in the way that he touches compared to the second steer, and a calf that still, like we said, balances out very, very nicely. If you want to get into some specific detail differences balance-wise, I probably like just the shape of his head and the way his chest sits in him a touch nicer than the second steer. I actually like the hip of the second place steer and the way his pin set sets up in him, maybe just a little nicer than the class-winning steer. So I guess just some give and take as it relates to balance, and that's why muscle allows that class winner to surface. This is a good calf, presented extremely well here in second. I like his structure, I like his look, I like his balance. He's a little plainer headed, as we said, and really the big difference, you watch him go away from you, you study him, and you, in particular, when you lay your hands down his top, he just gives up a little too much in terms of real genuine muscle shape. Nice calf here in third. He's long, he's level in his lines. He needs to be opened up and just have more width and muscle dimension all the way through. Not going to claim his structure to be perfect, but it's still the reason why he beats our final calf in this particular class. We can at least kind of, stomach where he is in regard to feet and leg structure, even though we could still see him get out and go just a little more comfortably, like his length, like his correctness of lines. There's more muscle shape in the final steer. There's no question about that. He's thicker ended. He's more powerful in that regard. I don't think I'm letting the cat out of the bag even to this young lady. She probably knows his feet and legs are just not quite good enough for him to be any higher, and you see it just in the way, even at the stand, that he wants to sit down on those front legs, a little too straight in his hock too. We make him sounder, then we can talk about a third place spot for him. He's just out of bounds in that regard for us. Very, very nice class. Good pair of steers there at the top end. Give those exhibitors in our reds here a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your class winner, Manny Schickendance of Perryton, Texas. Second, Andrew Kutzenberger of College Station, Texas. Third, Braylon Lesky of Durango, Colorado. And fourth, Mackenzie Swanemeyer of Ignacio, Colorado. Over on our open cattle side, we are now moving into our welcome to the ring, class 12 of our Red Market Steer division. In the ring now is going to be Caden Halls of Bayfield, Colorado. Natea Ryder of Mopaya, Nevada. Tucker Bassett of Palestine, Texas. Coble Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. And Laney Holt of Burleson, Texas. On our open cattle side, we're moving right on into our open Hereford division.
Class over here on your market steer side, and a trio of cattle that probably have a little more sort than we initially thought. Young man steer that wins to us is kind of just the combination calf of the class. Compared to the one in second, he's got just a little better shape out the back of his shoulder. He's a little bit truer there through his hip, through his stifle. And then as well, you know, even though aesthetically speaking, he's not perfect there in terms of his head or the backside of his neck, he is a little cleaner there through the waddle there of his chin, a little flatter there through his chest floor than the calf that's going to come in second. You get this steer out in motion, and we probably have just a little bit more hold up on him. He is a little rounder there in terms of his rump. That calf's got enough bend to his hind leg, but he really likes to kind of throw it on the outside of his body wall. And then like we said at the very beginning of the discussion, we could just lengthen that calf's neck out just a little bit. And that's honestly where the steer in second has an advantage. He is longer neck. Again, not going to tell you he's cleaner neck because he does have just a little bit more chin and just skin there through his chest. But a calf that you've got to appreciate. He's smooth blending. He bounces nice from the side. We like his levelness and his length. If he switches to pins, that probably just allows that calf to better maintain to where his tail head's set and the strength right in behind his shoulder when we set these things in motion. He probably does take just a little bit longer stride. You get on either side of that calf, and amongst these contemporaries that stood on either side of him, that steer just gets a little flatter there in terms of his forerib. He's a little narrower there underneath, and a calf that we thought could just use just a shot more shape when you handle him over his loinage. Other thing, you know, that we talked about it as well, that calf, even though that we thought just his looseness of structure was really nice, that calf, if you study his feet, he really wants to curl up on his toes and get just a little long and narrow there, so we've got to change that as well. The young lady steer that comes next, big and heavyweight and long-sided, he undoubtedly has the best top of that initial trio. He's got a great shape out the back of his shoulder, handles awesome there to his loin. Unfortunately, young lady, your calf doesn't have the same blessing hair coat of the cattle that go ahead of him. And you know, even as we're sitting there handling him, it's just wanting to shuck and fall out of him. So it makes him look maybe just a little tighter there through his midrib. But the big problem we have with that calf, when we get out and go, he does get just a little tighter in terms of his shoulder, the reach out of his front end, and a little tight there from behind. But a very nice steer to go in third. Excellent presentation, hair coat, outstanding showman this young lady is on our calf that comes next. You handle that steer, he's got some shape to him. And again, keep him standing still. He's a very striking calf that's quick to grab your eye. We get this calf in motion, young lady. He's just not sound enough. He's too straight up both ends. We got to see that calf just go with more comfort level out here. I'd probably just redesign it at the base of his forerib as well. Young lady's calf that rounds out our class is moderate. Very, very good there just in terms of the middle part of his body. He's a mellow handling steer that's got enough finish on him. He's pretty short and chunky about his neck, pretty round built there in regard to his hip. A calf that just bred a little bit more conventional in this class. Very good class of them there. Congratulations to all of them.
Back up.
Side, we have moved right on into our division drive of the red market steer division. Welcome to the ring, Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona, Maddie Schickendance, and Cobble Lewis.
Another nice single entry division out here.
Applause. Excellent set of cattle. You know, we're really pleased with the group that are back out here for champion, and you know, this is one of those times where, you know, I do want to make it very clear to everybody around ringside. I think we're at a point in our industry where, you know, I remember growing up and we were showing steers, and there was like, oh man, he needs to weigh this, or he needs to weigh that, or, you know, boy, this is a perfect weight. Now, I think Will and I are in total agreement that you know, every animal has their own perfect weight, and we are willing to accept a lot of different weights in our industry today as acceptable, maybe more so than we have in the past, and I think that's perfectly fine. Now, we come down here to those first two steers out of Class 1, first and second place steers, and they probably, if they make that window of acceptability, they barely do, and they're not quite there yet. We said in class, they're a little further along in their degree of finish maybe than we expected, but those are still more progress type steers. From there, we've got market cattle that, you know, it's not just about which one weighs more or less, or this perfect weight, that perfect weight. You know, you need to get them to a weight that makes sense for that individual. For us, there's an easy champion in your red division. I think a calf that really, you know, puts a lot of good together in terms of freshness, muscle shape, handling quality, still amongst those in contention. I would argue that he, while we could discuss some little differences in structure, I would argue he's as good at the ground and in terms of length of step as anything that's out here in this lineup. He's got a beautiful look to him. I think the standout winner in your red division comes out of the middle class. Give that young lady a nice round of applause, if you would.
Congratulations, your champion red market steer belongs to Maddie Schickendance of Perryton, Texas.
From there, it gets a bit closer, and you think back to that class, and you know, this red Brockle, he had a lot of good going in him too. In fact, we said maybe just a little higher in his pin set, a little leveler out of his hip than the steer that beat him. Really attractive and well presented, a calf that's beautiful bodied, a steer that if you want to really nitpick a little bit, I think his structure is fine. He's a little shorter in his stride than perfectly ideal, but probably in comparison to the heavyweight steer behind him, we like the way he keeps his hock within his framework just a little better. We like the way he sets his jump muscle into him, and the way he comes out of his hip and maintains that hip, both when he's standing here and when he's in motion. The heavy steer's got a little more mass to him, got a little more spread down his back and over his loin edge. That's the give and take between them. We're going to keep the middleweight steers together, though. That'll be your reserve.
Congratulations to Andrew Kutzenberger of College Station, Texas.
Nice single entry feed.
My name is Aniston Floyd, and I am from Denver City, Texas, and at the 2024 Arizona National Show, I won Grand Champion Steer. It's been in my family since I was born. Showing is life. There's no way around it. It's always going to be there. I prefer showing steers because heifers are a little too moody for me, and steers are just more chill and mellow. The one thing that we always have around in the barn is cats, because they just help the calves see there's different animals than just them, and they just help keep all the mice and rats out. The best part of showing for me is just being in the ring, looking at everyone, just have your game face on, being focused, and just no other care in the world. Me and my family are a little superstitious. We always have this gold chain that we take in. It was my grandpa's gold chain. We hold it in our hands with Dad, and he says, "Do your best, I love you, have fun," and then we put it in our pocket and then we go. So whenever I get nervous, I just breathe, I close my eyes for a second, and I just take a few deep breaths, and then I just talk to my calf a bit, saying we can do this. I always wear a red sweater on show day because red and black is our family colors. It's a great thing to always have your family with you. And it was my sister's sweater, and it's just another way to follow in her footsteps. This past year was my first year ever going to Arizona. My sister went in 2022 and she won that, and she told me how fun it was, how laid back, how nice the people were at the fairgrounds, and I just said, might as well go. The steer I won with, his name was Arizona. His personality was pretty different. He was very photogenic, loving, didn't kick. He was there for the ride. Always a happy camper. In the show ring, he just knew what I was wanting to do and how I wanted to do it, and he just did it for me, and it was just perfect. As soon as I got to the barn during show day, I was kind of nervous. I looked at my dad, and he looked nervous. So whenever I was getting ready, me and Cade, we were walking through the gate to go in, and I just looked at him, and we just had that look saying good luck, we love each other and everything's gonna be okay. In the holding ring, it was hot. It was real hot outside, and I just got my game face on and I was ready to go. So after division, we were getting ready for the grand drive. I was very nervous and scared, but at the end of the day, I was very excited to go in. Every time I walk in anywhere, it's game time. That's what I think in my head. Just do your best, show your butt off, do everything you can to make your calf look good. I just remember saying oh my goodness, there's no way. I was just so excited. Just a lot of things were processing through my mind. It made me feel like I made it. The first person that I got to see and celebrate with was my sister Ashton. She's been there every step of the way, every second, every show, and she's just always there telling me good job, I love you, I'm proud of you. The best advice that I've been given since I've been showing is don't give up, try your best, keep eye contact with the judge, and just work your butt off. My name is Aniston Floyd, and I'm from Denver City, Texas, and at the 2024 Arizona National Show, I won Grand Champion Steer.
And steer side, welcome to the ring, Kate Smith of Brownwood, Texas. Richard Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. And Brittany Castillo of Brighton, Colorado.
We're here back on the junior cattle side, one that we think that goes ahead and leads off this look right here, moderate, chunky body, just kind of a wide skeleton, big top, thick-ended calf. You know, I like the comment Chris made earlier. You know, every calf's going to have a different endpoint in regard to when these cattle are done. Not saying that he's there yet, but long term, I probably don't see this being a big framey steer. And he's starting to develop some cover. That calf's got a mellow handle to him. You know, you keep him at the stop, the aesthetic of his hind leg, and you guys have done an excellent job getting that presented to us. Maybe get him in motion. He gets just a little short in his step, but again, I think the angles of his skeleton, the presentation of his calf, and probably just an overwhelming amount of just power in this class, he's got to win. Calf that comes in second, probably going to be a little longer type of a calf, a little just taller type of a calf before it's all said and done compared to our class winner. He does have some shape to him. He's a cutability type of a steer. He's long bodied. He's long in terms of his neck. A calf today that's just a little bare in his finish. He's tighter there at the restart in his forerib. Wants to shallow up back in his flank. A calf that's probably not blessed with the same hair coat either as our class winner, so things come just a little bit piecier. Young lady's calf that goes ahead and rounds out our class. We like these additional frames. We like the length of body this calf has. He's the heaviest weight one that we've got out here. And the young lady, again, wants to fight you a little bit, but we appreciate the fact that you're still out here and you're working for us. That calf just underneath. He's too narrow. He's too flat there in regard to his body. We got to see more muscle and more power in that calf. But again, very nice trio there. Congratulations to all of them.
Our class winner from class number 13 of the Smoked Cattle Division. Congratulations to Kate Smith of Brownwood, Texas. Second, Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. And third, Brittany Castile of Brighton, Colorado. Coming into the ring now is going to be class number 14 of our Smoked Cattle Division. Welcome to the ring, Laney Holt, Burleson, Texas. Hunter Sanders of Fruitland, New Mexico. Brindley Boston of Waxahachie, Texas. And Taylor Glover of Elgin, Oregon.
I don't know if they shook out the way that I thought they might when they hit the ring, but hopefully you can maybe see what we do, and certainly when you lay your hands on cattle, that can change your mind from time to time. I'm not saying always, but oftentimes, or not often times, you'll run into those situations. We can go ahead and pull him around too, where some of those things we're privy to and get to handle out here maybe play into our decision more than what you might see around ringside. This is easy though. He wins comfortably. There's one of the two really good balanced steers in here. And then what he does is put muscularity and power and dimension on top of it. Big top, big hip steer. Maybe could maneuver him just a little different in the way he goes out of his front end and opens up through the lower part of his shoulder. But that's a slam dunk. That's an easy winner there in this particular class. It's the other three that get challenging, and then where you want to put your emphasis, and some of the things that we choose to make a decision on in this particular group that ultimately end up sorting these three. This dark gray steer, if you just study him from his fore-rib back, it's a pretty good steer. Big body, he's got some dimension, he's stout structured. He is the mellowest handling steer of this entire group. If you want to talk about some quality grade potential, he probably is the leader in that particular category. He's a little short and jammed up through his front end. I wish we could make him just a nickel longer in that regard. Maybe gets a little plainer in his muscle shape as well, and a little longer in his foot shape. But from his fore-rib back, I think those pieces fit together. Love his body depth in particular. I think a nice calf there sitting in second. That's just a little plain in his look. Third place steer, he's a very high cutability calf, probably as long bodied as any steer that's out here. He's still really stout structured, up-headed, neck comes out of his shoulder nice. He's a little shallower in his body cavity than ideal, maybe a little coarser in his hock. A calf that, even though he probably is a little barer than I would prefer finish-wise, when I lay my hands over his rib cage, he's still more genuine, he's still better in that regard than the very highly presented steer we're going to wrap things up with. But a calf that, a little more time on feed, I think there's some carcass potential in that guy. A calf that just needs to have more body and just to be a little softer. Here's a calf that I'm sure around ringside, his look, his quality, his presentation, his lines, and the way he's been brought to us, certainly it draws you in. As you get in and really break this guy down, I think he could use a shot more muscle. He narrows a bit too much to his base. A calf that was pretty disappointing to me when I laid my hands on him. You get over his rib cage, kind of what we alluded to. He's not genuine enough. He's not good enough in that regard for me to move him up any higher. I think he's certainly a candidate to be as high as second in this class. If you like his balance and his look, that's certainly probably where we pegged him for when they walked into the ring, but we laid our hands on him and didn't think that he needed to be quite that high. Again, an excellent class, very good winner there that leads things off. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would.
Congratulations to your class winner, Taylor Glover of Elgin, Oklahoma. Second, Hunter Sanders of Fruitland, New Mexico. Third, Laney Holt of Burleson, Texas. And fourth, Brendley Boston of Waxahachie, Texas. Number 15 of our smoke market steer division. Welcome to the ring, Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Quentin Hardwood of Geyser, Montana. Logan Landroche of Marana, Arizona. Paisley Middlemist of Dixon, Montana. Austin Earhart of Wolfworth, Texas. Elizabeth Norwood of Midlothian, Texas. Brayley Krassinger of Houghton, Kansas. Clayton Harwood of Geyser, Montana. And Miles Henley of Hale Center, Texas. Help Mr. Rusty Despain. Doesn't he look cute with that miniature Hereford?
Guys, what a class. Give these kids out here a big round of applause. You know, Chris and I just continue to talk and work through these things, and both of which, you know, we're on the same page, and I will tell you, there's differences amongst these cattle, and, you know, not only from a presentation standpoint, but at the end of the day, the longer we're out here, and I'll lead off the conversation with this, the calf that wins this class to us is just the highest quality. Again, he's not the most extreme everywhere. He doesn't have the most extreme fit job. He's not the heaviest muscled calf that we've got out here of this initial trio. Is he the biggest footed and he the heaviest bone? No, he's not. But again, you talk about things that we have discussed all day long on making cattle that are complete and good market animals first. This calf is ultra good in terms of his handle. He's got a nice, good shape out the backside of his shoulder and out into his loin edge. He is so smooth there in terms of his handle. And then you can get off of the side of this guy. Not the longest neck and the prettiest headed thing, but it matches your calf, young man. Everything blends together so nicely. Maybe he wants to work up in his tail head. And then the big thing for us in this particular class, even though maybe we need to reconstruct the design of his feet, we would still tell you that he's the most secure and within the boundary of this framework off both ends of his skeleton. I told Chris this. When this calf hit the ring, young lady, this hillbilly from Kentucky is mesmerized about how amazing you guys have this calf presented. His hair coat is phenomenal. His fit job is outstanding. And then, you know, those things help this calf blend smoothly here from the side. He's got a big hind leg that's got a lot of flex to it. You get off the side of him again, though. He's a little older and just coarser about his head. He's kind of got a big nose on him and a little open about his shoulder. We thought of this initial trio as well. He's genuinely just the flattest there in terms of his top and the plainest there in terms of his shape right in behind his shoulder blade. And even though we like his reach out of his hind leg, we do think if you actually study past the hair, and an incredible job you guys have done fitting on him, he does want to roll his rear feet. But a very good type of a steer to come right behind our class winner. Young man steer that comes next, first thing I told Chris, that is a market animal right there. That is a big top, wide, thick, so good there, and just the way he expands out the back of his shoulder. He's got an extraordinarily big pin set put into him. We can see it just a little bit, and his hair doesn't help things. He just reads a little harder there in terms of his hair, and maybe at the base of his forerib and back into his flank. A calf that wants to get up in terms of his pin set, a little straight there in regard to his hock, but a darn nice calf to come behind. The steer that comes next, awesome looking from the side, young man. Up-headed, clean neck, necktie so good out the top of his shoulder. He is dead level down his top. Really good there in regard to his pin set and the way his tail head's put into him. Compared to our first three, you study him off either end, we just don't have enough calf there. He's too narrow underneath, he's too flat in regard to his rib. We got to make that calf more powerful from behind. Just a fundamentally good feeding type of a calf that comes next. He's big in his rib, he's mellow there in regard to his touch, gets out and handles his feet and legs more than acceptable enough in this class. Gets a little too plain there in regard to his head, young lady, shorter in his neck, and just a little nondescript in his shape. Upgrade to that's the young man's calf directly behind. Big-footed, really nice forearm on that calf, really nice shape up high. He's got a lot of spread to him, he's got a lot of power, much more dimension than the calf that we just talked about. Again, skeletally speaking, he straightened his shoulder, he wants to splay it out up front. You see that though when we get in the motion, he really wants to work up there in regard to his spine. Young lady's calf that comes next, similar story, a little cleaner neck, a little higher tying than the calf that we just talked about. He's too rigid off both ends of his skeleton, really wants to rock up there in regard to his pastern and elevate his tail head. Young man's calf that comes next is another one that we thought in regard to having some muscularity, having some shape to him. Nice type of a steer there, young man. Reads a little bit more just concave at the base of his forerib, wants to get a little outside of himself from behind, and then aesthetically speaking, a crestier neck steer that goes up in his tail head. Young lady's calf that rounds out our class, young lady, I'll tell you, you run into a really good class of them. That steer is moderate. He's good there in regard to just the mellowness of his finish. He's got some smoothness there when you get in and handling from that regard. We just don't see enough real shape in that steer. He really wants to get outside of himself from behind. And again, you run into a darn nice class. Let's give those kids a big round of applause. Excellent set of steers.
Congratulations to your class winner, Quentin Hartwood of Geyser, Montana. Second, Elizabeth Norwood of Midlothian, Texas. Third, Austin Earhart of Wolfworth, Texas. Fourth, Clayton Harwood of Geyser, Montana. Fifth, Braylee Krassinger of Houghton, Kansas. Sixth, Miles Henley of Hale Center, Texas. Seventh, Hazley Middlemist of Dixon, Montana. Eighth, Logan Landroche of Marana, Arizona. Ninth, Elizabeth Covey of Van Buren, Arkansas. Coming into the ring now is going to be our division drive of our smoke market steer division. Coming back from Class 1 is going to be Kate Smith. From Class 2, Taylor Glover. And coming back from Class 3, Quentin Harwood.
Guys, again, our smoke division has really been fun, and you know, certainly I think some things you know, that you could justify in different directions as we work through those you know, middle and heavy classes. And again, we get these cattle back out here. You know, I know there are two different classes, but if you can eyeball them and tell me what exactly the weight difference is between these two heavier class winners, you know, then you're maybe thinking harder than you need to. They both look like big heavyweight cattle that are in an ideal window. So don't, you know, no worries to us as to which class they came out of. They're both very, very good. I think the depth of this show, you know, that class winner from class 2, and then heck, you go 4 or 5 deep there in class 3. Those are the half a dozen steers in this smoke division that I think are contenders. But we get them back out here and we piece things back together. You know, Will and I are in full agreement that there's the one steer that probably puts together the things that we like in the next 2 or 3 steers in this smoke division into just a little more complete kind of package. I think mass and power is the advantage that he has, you know, versus the one that'll be reserved. You know, we could argue some movement things, but he's probably a little better at his foundation in terms of foot shape and correctness there. Both good balance, both high quality cattle that are going to represent this division. Excellent, excellent set of cattle. Give these exhibitors in the smoke division one more big round of applause. Class 2 is going to be your champion. Congratulations, that young lady. Class 3 is going to be reserved. Great job, you guys.
Your champion smoke market steer belongs to Taylor Glover from Elgin, Oklahoma. And your reserve belongs to Quentin Ross Harwood of Geyser, Montana. Welcome to the ring, class 16 of our all of the color market steers. In the ring now is going to be Jayla Howe of Yuma, Arizona. Austin Sweeney of Kuna, Idaho. Aubrey Mays of Fort Worth, Texas. And Joshua Williams of Gilbert, Arizona.
these things finally start to get shuffled around. Good way to get started on our all other colors division. Young man black and white steers, a pretty comfortable winner. And again, I think obviously we're not ready in terms of market and finish perspective, but he still is advanced amongst these contemporaries. Maybe one other one in here that's got just as much finish on him. But the things that make him so good are not only standing still at the side, that's a smooth blended, strong top, good looking type of a calf, but he's got a nice top shape, he's got some width, he's got some power to him, and I still think he handles his feet and leg structure very, very good. Just a quality individual amongst these contemporaries out here to go ahead and win. The decision was definitely between 2 and 3, and if you want to switch those with us, by all means do so. We thought fundamentally the young man's calf, in terms of his leg structure, was just a little bit better than the young lady that comes next. We also read him to be a touch more just mellower in his look. He's got just a freckle more cover on him. He's a little plainer there in terms of his throat lash, and a calf that maybe just plays out a little bit right in behind his shoulder blade. He probably doesn't have the bone of the same cattle that go on either side of him. We've got to square that calf up in regard to his front feet. Again, if you wanted to switch it because you thought the calf that comes in third is a little bigger and a little wider out the back of his shoulder, hey, he absolutely is. He's a little square out through his loin edge. He's got a touch more just hip and stifle in him as well. That calf just needs the motor just a little bit better in terms of his hock and his rear pastern, young lady. We didn't read him just as full through his heart and his forerib. Like to take what's in his chest actually and give that back into his flank, and we think that calf would balance out just a freckle better. Young lady's calf that kind of rounds out our class, long and tall and a very extended type of a steer. He can stop and cock off and give you a striking look. To us, young lady, your steer's just the narrowest underneath, the flattest there in terms of his body type. And then when that calf gets out and goes, I actually don't read the angle of his hind leg to be all that bad, but he's really wanting to kind of labor there on this show side back leg and get a little tight in his pastern. Really, really nice class. Congratulations to all of them.
Congratulations to your class winner, Class 16, Austin Sweeney of Kuna, Idaho. Second, Joshua Williams of Gilbert, Arizona. And third, Jayla Howe of Yuma, Arizona. And fourth, Aubrey Mays of Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah, here.
In the ring is class number 17. Welcome to the ring, Paige Roberts of Tucson, Arizona. Lexi Gray of Somerton, Arizona. And Cameron O'Neill of Buckeye, Arizona.
feed yet to get to their ideal endpoint. But with that said, I think the top pair need to surface, and then you can have some discussion on where you want to place your emphasis. And I guess as Will and I see these cattle and we think about trying to make it a terminal show today, and yet you look at these steers and say, but none of them are there yet. We're just a little more confident that the structure can hold up in the gray calf if we extend him on and feed him out, to that more ideal endpoint. He's just got enough more flex built into his hock and enough more length of step and stride. Not to say he's perfect in that regard, but that's the difference maker for us. He's a little softer to the touch here today as well. I think both of those steers have plenty of muscle. They hold that edge over the third place steer, and structure is kind of what sorts them here today. Now we definitely talk back and forth between them because the Yellow Baldy here has got a little more striking look about him. He's neater in his lines. He probably maintains his hip structure just a little more nearly level than does our class winner. As we've alluded to, though, he's just too tight and straight in that hock for us to move him into that first slot, but certainly give and take and discussion points between those two steers. The black calf's a little bigger in his frame and longer bodied, a steer that probably isn't blessed with the same kind of just natural width and muscle dimension as you lay your hands down their top. He's a little more peaked, a little flatter in the way he comes to his loin edge. A calf that's got some grow in him. I think he's got some future. You just push him on feed and let him go from here and things will get better with time. I just don't know if he's ever going to have quite the muscle shape or the dimension of those cattle. So an interesting set of steers there to sort through, but some good quality pieces in all of them. Congratulations to those young people.
Congratulations to your class winner, Paige Roberts of Tucson, Arizona. Second, Lexi Gray of Somerton, Arizona. Third, Cameron O'Neill, Buckeye, Arizona. Junior Market Steer Show. Welcome to the ring, class number 18. In the ring now is Mackenzie Gray of Somerton, Arizona. Philip Brooks Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. Kenley Stow of Marana, Arizona. And Jaden Sanford of Collins, Missouri. My apologies, that's Collin, Mississippi.
Get out here, we have 2 single.
Another nice lightweight or lighter weight class of steers that we've got, and there's definitely some discussion amongst this top pair, and they are different kinds. We lead off with the steer kind of like we've been doing all day, just trying to keep them as fundamentally correct as we can. The young man's black and white calf here is one, just in regard to the angles of his skeleton, his stride out of his front end, the looseness of his hip and his hind leg suits us very good. That calf's not a slouch on muscle. He's probably not the most impressive right off the back of his shoulder, but that calf does have a nice loin edge and a big pin set in him. And again, we thought at the ground he's just substantially better, specifically in the slope of his shoulder, than the calf that comes in second. Guys, this thing is presented to the max. You guys have done an outstanding job. And young lady, even when he wants to become a handful on you, you stay so calm out here and you can give us an outstanding look with this calf. His neck comes really, really high and neat out the top of his shoulder, standing still. He is bigger and broader and squarer right behind his shoulder blade than the calf that goes ahead and wins. He probably has just a bigger, more aesthetically pleasing hind leg at the standstill as well. You get your steer in motion, young lady, and that's where we've got to just reorganize his front end skeleton. He doesn't keep his head up because his shoulder angle dropped too far forward. And then on top of that, it makes his chest fall out of him on the go. And because of that as well, we just read him to be a little bit awkward there in the way he runs backward to his flank. We've got to reorganize that calf in terms of his lower rib shape, just soften him up and make him a little mellower. The young lady steer that comes next is wide built. He's powerful, he's good in his shape. He's got a nice touch to him when you get your hands on him. Just comes in a little too many pieces and a little bit more mature look to me. I think a calf that wants to open at the top of his shoulder, wants to work up in his tail head. He's got to be softer in his flank too, and just be a little bit more coordinated in the use of his rear leg. Young lady's calf that rounds out our class, excellent in regard to cutability. That calf's got a nice shape to him up high. He's a very long body type of a steer. Just reads a little hard today, not only from a composition standpoint, that calf needs to have a touch more cover on him, but again, his lower rib is too tight there in regard to his heart, his forerib and back into his flank. He's another steer that we would like to see just grab another gear and go a touch more comfortable out here. Very nice class. Kids are doing an awesome job. Let's congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Congratulations to your class winner, Brooks Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. Second, Jaden Sanford of Collins, Mississippi. Third, Kenley Stow of Marana, Arizona. And fourth, Mackenzie Gray of Somerton, Arizona. All other colors breed. Welcome to the ring, Kelsey Neff of Hanford, California. Brooke Smith of Santo, Texas. Jake Schickendance of Perryton, Texas. Hadley Downwolden of Glow, Arizona. And Georgia Tusa of Oka, Texas. all Simmons. As they exit
over here in the market steers, and you know, this initial trio, I guess I could see some some give and take amongst the cattle, because they're certainly different. I don't know that there's one of them that really just blows us away with everything, but man, all three of them are so good in their own right. We appreciate each of them. You know, white steer look and structure. That's what he puts together the most effectively in here. His balance is exceptional, presented beautifully for us. When we get him out on the lead, he's enough better in his knee and front end structure than the third place steer. He's way better in his hock and the way he goes off his hind leg than the second place steer. Those are the things that really separate him from the bunch in this particular group. So why is it close? Well, he's also third on muscle amongst that trio. You watch him go away from you. That's where I just wish we could blow him apart. He kind of walks the tightrope a little bit going away. He needs more base width. He needs more lower quarter and stifle in him. But again, balance and structure exceptionally good. And as you lay your hands down his top, I think he's got enough top in him. He's actually quite uniform and good in his finish. The black steer is an interesting one because power definitely is in his favor in this particular pair. He's a little thicker necked and a little more conventional, shorter coupled everywhere than the two steers on either side of him. Presented beautifully again for us here today. A calf that if you really analyze him from his sheath back into his flank, he cuts up just the slightest little bit. The biggest things for me when I lay my hands on him, I think he's getting there finish-wise, but his last rib is kind of open, so it's a little up and down and not as smooth, not as uniform. And then when he goes away from you, he rolls those rear feet and goes that hop just enough that we couldn't switch that pair. But a nice calf that's sitting there in second that certainly got a presentation you appreciate and some real power. Another muscular steer is this kind of yellow roan calf that comes next, and he's striking and presented beautifully for us once again. He's got an edge and length of body versus the steer that's right there in front of him. Just a little bigger statured and frame type of calf, really heavy boned and structured. Again, a calf that's got plenty of muscle. As we start to analyze him, probably two pieces step off the cattle, and he needs to be just a little deeper back through that rear rib and flank, but it's his front end that we'd like to modify. The set of that knee, he'll start shaking him and then pushing him forward a little on us. I just need to see him sounder in the way he's built up front. Good trio of steers, like all of them well, definitely give and take and some sort in them. Gray steer's a good feeding calf. He's big bodied, deep ribbed. He's by some margin the fattest steer in this group, so kind of a dual-edged sword, maybe going to have some quality grade advantage versus some of those cattle in front of him. But when you tie the fact that he's a little heavier finished and amongst this top 3 or 4 probably handles with the least top shape, you know, maybe going to be a little bit of a cutability concern, but I don't think he's completely out of bounds in that regard. I just like his practicality over the final steer. He does toe out a little bit up front, just a little shorter and plainer up through his front end. Run against 3 pretty good show steers in that group, but a good feeding calf. Black and white steer is really heavy boned. He's leaner than that steer in front of him. I want to correct him in his feet and legs. He comes at you, study him from his knee to the ground, and he needs to be square and better, a little coarser in his joint work, and a calf that maybe just could be a little softer in his general appearance. But I like his length, I like his muscle shape. He's more extended and neater up through his head and neck even than that calf that was right there in front of him. Nice set of cattle, top to bottom, a really strong class with some challenge. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause as they head back to the barn.
Nice.
In the ring now is going to be class number 20 of our all other colors. Welcome to the ring, Riley Smith of Whitman, Arizona. Madeline Lautner of Adel, Iowa. Jaden Noel of Marana, Arizona. Emma Jimenez of Galt, California. Skylar Sturgeon of Hydro, Oklahoma.
Nice class here, and again, definitely some trade-offs amongst them all the way through fourth. Chris and I pretty comfortably laying on the young lady's calf that's going to go ahead up front here, shoulders back specifically on that calf. He's big and he's wide, he's broad up high. He's got a big stout upper pin set, some true base width in that particular calf. He probably wants to get just a little timid out here just in regard to his attitude, so he doesn't motor just the most athletic sometimes. But I think if you study the general build to his hock and his rear pastern, we do think that calf does have enough reach built into him. On the front third of his skeleton, we get a little short and jammed up in regard to his neck. He wants to open at the top and base of his shoulder and get just a little straight up and down there. But again, a powerful calf that's mellow there in regard to his finish and still can come together from the side, at least from his shoulders back, and resemble a look of balance. Young lady steer that's next definitely has some advantages. From a cutability standpoint, we thought that calf breathed not having as much muscle volume as our winner by any means, but he does have some trimness compared to our winner. He's a little longer necked, he's a little just taller there, and the way his neck comes out the top of his shoulder, cleaner about his throat latch, neater about his chest floor. That steer wants to elevate his tail head, run a little backwards there in regard to his flank. He's a calf that when we get out in circle here, young lady, as you lead him out of the ring, we just got to watch him go. He doesn't utilize his hock just good enough. He's a little stilty there off both ends. Young lady steer that comes next, probably of the initial four that we had out here, or excuse me, the remaining three after we of our class winner, study him up high, and he's the one that you like. He's got a good shape to him. He's big there in terms of his top. He's thick and stout in his hip. He's got some twists. He's got some stifle to him, especially compared to the cattle on either side of him. That steer's another one, just in regard to the assembly of his hind leg. We've got to reorganize. We've got to reconstruct. He really wants to knuckle up on his pasterns, push a little wide from behind, and a calf again that we've got to soften, especially at this weight, back into his flank. A bigger, stretchier, longer type of a steer that comes next, presented outstanding young lady. We love his extra length. He is probably just a little taller and neater there at the top of his shoulder compared to the steer that we just talked about. He really wants to get tight wound off both ends, and he's another steer that we've got to reconstruct at the base of his rib. He wants to tighten there through his heart and shallow back into his flank, which again, you guys have done an outstanding job getting him dressed. A steer that comes and rounds out our class. He's mellow. He's very easy feeding young lady. We like that about him. He's big ribbed. He's softer than some of the steers that went ahead of him. Those things are all outstanding. That steer is really straight there in regard to his front end. He's really just tight there in regard to the way he wants to move out of his hip. And I think if you put your hands on that calf from a composition standpoint, he's getting just a little overcooked on us. Really nice class of them there. Congratulations to all of them.
Get over here, start our
Open cattle show side. I'm sorry. Junior market steer side. Your class winner from class 20 is Madeline Lautner of Adel, Iowa. Second, Riley Smith of Whitman, Arizona. Third, Jaden Noel of Marana, Arizona. Fourth, Skylar Sturgeon of Hydro, Oklahoma. And fifth, Emma Jimenez of Galt, California. In the ring now in our junior market steer sides, class number 21, Hunter Sweet from El Dorado, Arkansas. Kennedy Hine from Crawl, Texas. Kinley Allen of Waxahachie, Texas. Samuel McDonald of Tyrone, New Mexico. Kinley Bartold of Spanish Fort, Utah. Grady Shine of Watonga, Oklahoma. And Ethan Stoneberg of Shed, Oregon.
Very, very nice class here, and you know, a trio of cattle we've got left out here that I think are all competitive, and I don't think Will or I ever batted an eye here on the top end. This one won pretty comfortably. I think there's a steer that really has a high quality look and presence about him, so good headed and up, and the way that neck shoots out of the top of his shoulder, good in his lines, a stout, really attractive, and yet good moving hind leg. Under him, you lay your hands on him, he's still got a big old top and handles pretty nice over his rib cage. Knee to ground, if we study him from knee to ground up front, that's where we'd square him up just a touch, but he still gets out and reaches plenty of length of step. It's kind of interesting when he goes in motion. I don't know if he's just a tick full on that left side, but he will kind of pull up just slightly. But man, that's an awfully good steer. We think he wins this class rather handily. The calf that's most like him, though, we like you know, just his moderation and his look here as we get him positioned from the side. Is the other gray calf that's going to run here in second, and it's interesting. I actually read the angles of his structure to be plenty good, and that's probably something I like, and yet he's just not moving and going. He kind of drags that hind leg, just a little tentative in the way he's getting out in motion. Not quite as dead level and good in his top line. When he stops, he can just melt just the slightest little bit and get a little up and down there compared to that class winner. But I think he fits a little better in type and kind versus that third place steer we're going to talk about next. Nice calf though, standing in third. A little bigger in his kind probably than maybe our preference. A calf though that's still, I think, in the right window compositionally. I think a steer that's got plenty of muscle in him, and that's darn sure the reason he gets around the calf that's going to follow him. A calf that, as we study him, you look at him from his hooks to pins and the way that tail head and everything sits together. I'd like to square him up there, secure him just a little bit in the way he travels off his hind leg, and probably not as mellow handling as that pair of steers. I think in part just because he looks a little mature in his general kind, but a really nice trio of cattle. Congratulations to all those three exhibitors at the top end. This is still a very good steer in fourth, and I think needs to slide there. And if he had more top shape in him, maybe we'd start to compare him a little tighter to those cattle in front of him. His length of body is a big advantage versus the calf that comes behind him. He's a little more stable in his hind leg, but he's one that just gets a little too narrow right there directly behind his shoulder for us to justify getting him up any higher. The red steer is actually a little better there. The problem is he's kind of a little lower fronted, a little deep in his chest, a calf that wants to throw that hind leg outside of himself and just needs to be better in the way he travels off of his rear skeleton. But again, a very nicely presented steer that's got some carcass merit in him, just needs to go better. You know, here's a nice black and white steer as well that's a little out of balance because he's got a little too much brisket built into him, and that throws his lower body off, a little tight in that hock and pastern as well, but a big, massive kind of calf that's got some width and muscle. We wrap things up with a steer that has some similarities. Bold body, big, thick-ended calf, lots of bone. He's a shot deeper sided than the steer that's right in front of him. That tail head shoots up a little high in him. He's a little too thick and coarse up through his front end. But probably the biggest thing, I think you start reading his angles, and that guy's just a little too straight and a little too stiff in his movement. Again, an excellent class, probably as deep as we've had in this particular breed division. Give those exhibitors one more real nice round of applause as they head back. Excellent lineup.
Andrew Stoneberg. Andrew Stone.
Well, guys, really a nice set of all other colored cattle here, and you know, it's shaping up to be an excellent grand drive that's going to have some intrigue and some fun for Will and I, and then this is going to, you know, add just another piece to that puzzle, you know, and this has been really, really fun. And you know, we had more classes in this particular division, so with that, maybe started off with 2 or 3 classes here that had really, really nice cattle. But really just weren't market ready quite yet, and probably as a result, you know, don't quite come into contention for the 2 slots here today, but some future in those cattle and some quality in them for sure. You know, I thought, you know, we really took a step up when we got to that 4th class and started, you know, finding some cattle that maybe were hitting into a market readiness window that was acceptable. And then we had that trio, if you remember back. And I think, honestly, if we come up with, you know, half a dozen steers that are contenders, 4 or 5 steers even, it might include all 3 of those steers that were in that class. And you just had to weigh out differences, maybe none that were, you know, had every piece, but so many good pieces. You know, you had this yellow calf that maybe a bit more challenging class, and I will tell you, while he's maybe not exactly my kind, I certainly appreciate what is unique and different and kind of good about him. A little boxier made, like Will said in that class, maybe a little more tentative at his foundation, but certainly some unique parts presented beautifully. You know, kind of a boxy, haired up guy that can draw you in. You know, I just need to see a little more extension, general extension in him, but a nice calf. And then we had this final class that had 2 or 3 steers also that I think are you really have to appreciate. And as we come to those, I think a pair of cattle in that class that you know, kind of check everything, if you will, in terms of plenty of muscle, market-ready cattle that still have, you know, some extension and look and quality in them. I probably like their growth curve a little better than the calf right in front of them. I probably like their general mass and width and real substance compared to the steer that won that, I guess, would be that 4th class. And you know, with that said, as good as this division was, I think the minute they came back out here, Will and I knew the 2 cattle that were going to stay together. They came out of our final class. Congratulations, that young lady will have your champion. A young man right behind her will have reserve. Good job, guys.
Hi, I'm Chris Smolenix from Manhattan, Kansas, and I'm excited to be the 2025 judge for the Arizona National Market Steer Show and Junior Female Show. I grew up in central Maryland, actually. I'm the 8th generation born on our family farm. Through 4-H programs primarily is where I got my start in the show ring. I was fortunate to be a member of the livestock judging team here at Kansas State University in 1995. My coach, Dr. Shockey, was really influential in helping me progress at that point in my life. I love judging all species, and I hope to continue to do that. But these animals still should reflect where the industry is, and should have value outside of the show. Ring. You're going to see me emphasize, You're going to see me emphasize, some practical traits first. In the case of our market steers, they need to be muscular, market-ready cattle that are functional. In their feet and leg structure. But from there, I still expect them to be show steers. And I think that's where it really becomes fun as a judge at an elite show like the Arizona National, where you don't have to just settle for practical only. So on the female side, it's going to be the same thing. Their job's not done when they leave the show ring. I hope that they can enter a cow herd and be productive for these young people. And that's where we're going to start in the heifer show. And then, much like I said in the steers, hopefully we have such an elite top end or strong top end that we can now go to some of those bonus pieces that separate what I would call the truly elite from a great set of heifers or steers in the top end. Presentation is something that helps to enhance what is already a spectacular animal. I guess my biggest pet peeve is I think sometimes we can go a little overboard. It is about presenting that animal in a fashion that makes them look 100% their best. You will always get a look from me in the ring. That is a goal of mine at every show I go to. I will never ever let an animal walk in that ring that doesn't get 100% of my effort. Don't feel like you got to do anything out of the ordinary to get a look from me in the ring. I think it's amazing what the management of the Arizona National has done in the last several decades. I think it's a neat blend of elite cattle, elite livestock, but still in a really fun, exhibitor-friendly atmosphere. And you don't get that everywhere. And I think that creates a dynamic in the ring that makes it fun for a judge and simultaneously can make it educational and fun for the young person with that animal. My name's Chris Smolenix. I'm from Manhattan, Kansas, and I can't wait to make it to Phoenix for the Arizona National to judge the Market Steer Show and the Junior Heifers.
Your Market Steer division. In the ring now is going to be Class 1 of Best of Arizona Market Steer. Welcome to the ring, Jayla Howe of Yuma, Arizona. Brooks Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. Josh Williams of Gilbert, Arizona. Alyssa Welch of Cottonwood, Arizona. Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. And Paige Roberts of Tucson, Arizona.
Change that number though to 3058.
Well, that's the one I can take on here.
Oh, okay. I think I'm missing.
This is in our Arizona division, and these are all cattle that we've seen before today, and we want to save some suspense a little bit, first of all, because we believe so strongly in what this division is, and we're so excited that we're going to have a champion in reserve to represent those young people that are here from the state of Arizona, because we see it already here. If you really think back through the course of classes, and not every class is the same, but actually there's 2 steers in here that were in the same class earlier today. Very good class that stood second, third, and we said could go either way. We've got a steer right there that won his class back in our British division, another second place steer, and a steer down there on the end that won his class. So again, as you think about the cattle already that are out here in this first Arizona class, they've been very competitive all day long. So if you would, before we do anything else, congratulate this set of exhibitors here from your home state for a great job. What we are going to do is we've got these 4 heats, and we've already talked about all these cattle. We're not going to break them down again and over again and rehash those things. What Will and I are going to do is select 2 head from each class, okay? 2 head, they will not be placed in any order, but we're going to select 2 steers from each of these classes to come back and then parade as a grand champion drive, for your Arizona steers. But in this particular class, we're going to go ahead and keep those 2 steers that were in the same class actually earlier together, this one up front and this young man right here. Those 2 are going to come back for us. Give all 5 one more nice round of applause, and we'll look forward to having you guys back in just a little bit.
To represent the class will be Jayla Howe of Yuma, Arizona, and Joshua Williams of Gilbert, Arizona. Junior Best of Arizona Market Steer Division. In the ring now is Ashlyn Richardson of Arlington, Arizona, Lexi Gray of Summerton, Arizona, Bailey Stow of Marana, Arizona, and Cameron O'Neill of Bucca, Arizona, and Richard Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona.
And heat here for all Arizona, and another group of cattle that really impressive. And you know, as you think back of these 5 cattle, as we think back through the show, every one of these steers standing here, I think, stood third or higher in their classes earlier today. So, you know, cattle once again that were very competitive, highlighted by a couple class winners from earlier, a couple second places from earlier. This is probably a little closer even on which 2, because I think the steer up front, the steer in the middle, and the steer in the back are all contenders that were very competitive within classes earlier today. And it boils down to 2 of those having just enough more mass, enough more width, and enough more muscle in them to be highlighted to come back in our championship drive. And again, like I said in the first class, we're just selecting 2 right now. We'll save that suspense for our champion and reserve and who that'll be as we get into the champion drive. So these are in no particular order in the way we're pulling them out. But young lady, your calf will come back in our championship, as will that red steer in the back. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause if you would.
Coming back to represent Class 2 in the Best of Arizona Market steers, Bailey Stow of Marana, Arizona, and Richard Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. In the junior exhibitor ring now, in the Best of Arizona's Class 3, welcome to the ring, Mackenzie Gray of Somerton, Arizona. Philip Brooks Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona. Kenzie Stow of Marana, Arizona. Kaylin Canzelis of Tucson, Arizona.
Another. Here on our steer side, another group of cattle here in your All Arizona
that just deserve recognition and have done so good during the course of this day. And as we get them back out here, while I think the two steers on either end, again, I praise these young people. That's a steer that just needs more time yet to get there. This calf here on the end, I've got to tell this young lady, there will be no one in this Arizona show that has presented their steer any higher quality. You've done a beautiful job with hair coat, fit job, and presentation. Kind of like we said back in your class with for her with that calf. His structure is the determining factor for us, and as the day goes on, it's a little tougher for him as we get him out here and move him also, but I want to recognize how much quality we think that calf has. With that said, I think the pair of steers that stand here in the middle are the cattle that represent just a little more complete kind of package for us and are going to come back into the Arizona Champion Drive. So give all of them a nice round of applause. Excellent set of cattle again. You two right here in the middle, we'll have you back in the championship, okay?
Coming back from Class 3 in Best of Arizona, Brooks Henry from Gilbert, Arizona, and Kenley Stow from Roman.
In our fourth class of the Best of Arizona Market Steers, coming into the ring is going to be Hadley Dalmolin of Globe, Arizona, Paige Roberts of Tucson, Arizona, Riley Smith of Whitman, Arizona, Jaden Noel from Marana, Arizona, and Logan Landroche of Marana, Arizona.
Excellent set of Arizona cattle, and this one definitely, plays a little harder for Will and I on where who we're gonna select out of this heat to come back, as part of a championship drive. And it's like we said earlier, we've seen all these cattle, and then you get cattle that are maybe were a little on the edge and some structural things we wanted to fix earlier today, and now they've been up all day, and some of those things are manifesting themselves even more. But these are good cattle, and I think we discussed as many as 4 of these, that are players in your Arizona division. And with that said, we want to get a really good look and make sure we find the 2 ultimately that need to be your champion reserve when this gets done. But we're fond of all of these, and in this particular heat, we're going to actually ask 3 of you to just stay in the ring here and be part of it. And it is these 3 cattle lined up here on the back side of this, and then we'll get to that championship. But again, even that steer up front, we change his feet and structure a little bit, and he could be a player. I think all of these are really good cattle that again have been competitive during the course of the day, and we've been excited to work with your Arizona young people. Give all 5 of these a nice round of applause if you would. This is really going to be a good Arizona drive here in just a second.
Congratulations, and coming back from Class 4, Riley Smith of Whitman, Arizona, Jayden Noel of Marana, Arizona, and Logan Landroche of Marana, Arizona. We have back in the ring Logan Landroche of Marana, Arizona, Jayden Noel of Marana, Arizona, Riley Smith of Whitman, Arizona, Kenley Stow of Marana, Arizona, Brooks Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona, Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona, Bailey Stow of Marana, Arizona, Josh Williams of Gilbert, Arizona, and Jayla Howe of Yuma, Arizona. At the conclusion of our final drive in the Best of Arizona Market Steer, all of our granted reserves in the Best of Arizona need to make their way over to the open cattle barn for the official photo of the Arizona National.
Well, guys, I know we've got a grand drive yet to go here later today. But we've got a nice crowd here, and we have a group of young people that have been out here as part of this Arizona division that are so deserving of a great and huge round of applause. Let's give it to them real quickly here before we discuss the cattle anymore. Awesome job, guys. And I mentioned it yesterday during the heifer show. I think it is so important, and I'm so excited, Will and I, to be part of this part of your show, because without the people of this state, none of this happens. You know, and we have had Arizona steers and heifers yesterday that were immensely competitive throughout the course of the show. You know, you have made this show what it is. You have made this show better. And what's cool is this show has also made you better. And I think that's really the rewarding part of putting on a national scope event like this in your home state, is the exposure that it gives young people to opportunities that are out there in the world of agriculture, and in particular in the beef cattle industry here. And it just speaks volumes to your leadership, and then to the parents and the breeders that have helped these young people get to this point. So my hat's off to you. I can't say enough about how important, how valuable this is. Let's give all of them that have been part of making this Arizona show a part of what you do here. Give them a big round of applause. Now, I'll also say that I think this is one of the hardest decisions that Will and I have through the course of this day. And I think it's very obvious as you look at these cattle and you think about, you know, these young people here locally coming to this particular show. This isn't necessarily the terminal endpoint probably for these cattle. They're destined to go on to shows across your state, whether that's county level shows or district, whatever you may have. You know, so as we stand out here, the decision becomes, is your All-Arizona champion just the single best individual animal that we see out here? Or do you want to look at this and say, okay, I'm flat out calling this a market steer show, and I'm going to select, you know, the champion that is the most market ready, you know, in this particular division. And that's a challenge, because I can clearly look at these cattle and say they're destined for different endpoints, and probably none of them was this their destination anyhow. So, you know, that puts, I guess, the onus on me, on Will and I, to make that decision in our own mind. And I don't know that either one of those choices is wrong. You know, I think what I come out here and see is a group of cattle, you know, that maybe have, you know, more left in the tank and have, you know, future shows in front of them. You know, and what we ultimately landed on, and I guess personally the reason why I did it, I think the single highest quality individual in this lineup is rather obvious to me. If you wanted to beat him because he's not quite a market steer yet, okay, if that's where you want to land and call this today, I call this your All-Arizona champion. And I think it's a calf that has an incredible future still in front of him. You know, he's right there on the borderline of being quite to a market steer yet. But when I go select the champion here today, I want to leave and say that was, without a doubt, my favorite steer that came from the state of Arizona. And that's what we're going to do. And he is a black baldy calf standing right here in front of us. Congratulations to that young man. Great job, buddy.
Boy, a nice way to start this class.
'25 Best of Arizona Grand Champion Market Steer, belongs to Brooks Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona.
You know, guys, for reserve, it got even closer for us, and you know, we went through and we kind of picked 2 out of each heat, and you know, if you were kind of wondering what was going through our mind there, as we said, well, we picked 3 out of the last heat, because we knew before we got them back out here that we were going to be forced with that decision I was just talking about. And if you were to say, hey, I'm just going to go pick 2 market-ready steers, then it would have needed to come out of this final class, those 3 cattle, you know, and yet we have some structural things that we want to modify in each of those cattle, and ultimately, you know, came to the conclusion that for us, the All-Arizona champion needed to be, you know, the highest quality individual, you know, that could go on and potentially do the most things even past this point. So with that said, you know, we still take that into account for reserve. It's probably even closer decision in our book for that reserve slot, but the second highest quality one to us is this red calf that stands right here. Great job, buddy.
And your reserve 2025 Best of Arizona Market Steer belongs to Graham Hanger of Gilbert, Arizona.